election system in the United States is a lot different than the voting system here in the UK. Here, voters elect MPs to individual constituencies. When it comes to electing the American president, it is all about the Electoral College. 4 years ago, in the last US election, Donald Trump won the presidency despite almost getting 3 million fewer votes than his rival Hillary Clinton, and it was all due to him winning the Electoral College. So how does it work? People vote in their states for the candidate they want. Each state then gets a certain number of votes to cast in the Electoral College. Those votes are cast by people called electors. The number of electors a state has in the Electoral College depends on the size of its population. In most American states, the candidate who wins the popular vote then gets the support of all of the state's Electoral College votes. This is whether they win by 51% or 99%. The margins don't matter, it's winner takes all. In total, there are 538 electors in the Electoral College, and a winning candidate needs at least 270 in order to win the election. Both Trump and Biden's campaigns have targeted the key swing states, states where the popular votes could go either way. If a candidate can get, for example, Florida or Pennsylvania in the bag, on top of the winning states where the vote should be solid, then their chances of winning the presidency will increase. However, we could be in for a long wait. Touch wood, we will have a clear indication in the next few hours, but if it's close, it could be days or even weeks before we know who is the next US president.
Throughout our coverage, we are going to be hearing from American voters themselves. Let's hear first from Peter Seed. Peter is a committed Republican voter. He's 83, a retired lawyer who divides his time between Minnesota and Florida. He told our reporter Emily Taylor-Kineen what determined his vote.
I've always felt that ultimately the choice turns on policy and also a respect for the law and a respect for the checks and balances which are embedded in our Constitution. And I think that the Democrats generally seek power, as does, of course, the Republicans, that their mission is to always promise more money, more help, more spending. In a way, I kind of treat that as like buying votes and at the expense of the economy. And in the long run, I think that people who need the help of the most are better off with a strong economy, and that this is not the way to get a strong economy.
What's your thoughts about how he's handled the coronavirus and the pandemic? Like, I know he said some quite controversial things.
Yes, there's no question that that is a very tough call. I think he did some good dramatic things at the outset that he was safe to do, that, you know, he was the first to ban anyone from China coming to the United States. That was probably a very bright and smart move. Biden criticized it at the time, but he's kept his mouth shut ever since. So I think he's made some good decisions. I think his decision to have the Federal Department of Health personnel give briefings, and initially that was very well done. They, however, have just one point of view, which is, can we do to preserve the, to tackle the virus? It's not that simple. If you undermine the economy, the net effect on the population may be a lot worse. The delicate balance, I think he's made some good decisions and some bad ones, and it's a tough call. I think we have to cut our leaders a lot of slack, because this is a very elusive disease, and they're kind of doing the best they can, and I think most people kind of understand that.
One interesting question is, which way will Americans' military vote? Traditionally serving military and veterans tend to vote Republican, but Donald Trump has sparked controversy with dismissive comments that servicemen who got killed or captured in the line of duty were suckers and losers. He fell out spectacularly with Republican Senator and war hero John McCain, who was imprisoned and tortured in Vietnam. Our reporter Richard Smith spoke to Andrew Milburn, a retired colonel from the U.S. Marines, who reckons the military are now shifting towards the Democrats.
The polls are bearing that out. If you look at the military, the Army Times or the Military Times, whatever, does polls, and Biden about 3 weeks ago, Biden edged ahead of Trump again. First time living memory that a Democrat has topped the polls among military members. And I'll tell you something that makes that particularly surprising. Okay, one is, as I said, military normally kind of almost reflexively vote Republican, number one. Number two, when you look at the recruiting base for the military, it is predominantly, it reflects the country. It reflects the demographics of the country. But there is, just because of the nature of the military, you get a much higher percentage of, blue collar or working class young adults who 70% of whom are white. So that is Trump's base. So you would expect them to vote Trump. I think what offsets that is the fact that there is a dissatisfaction, growing dissatisfaction with, first of all, there's always suspicion of someone who dodged the draft during Vietnam. That's not a deal breaker, obviously, but Trump's background doesn't play in his favor. Two, I mean, he has openly lied a number of times to military members about what he's done for them, and they recognize that. Three, he's been all over the place on foreign policy. He says he's going to pull troops from Afghanistan. That is probably overall pretty popular. Honestly, that's a fairly popular decision within the military. We've been at war now there for 20 years. The guys that we are deploying to Afghanistan now weren't even born when the United States first entered that war. But the manner in which he's done it without any real plan has sparked a lot of resentment. Pulling out of Syria abruptly sparked a lot of resentment. And then the last piece on this is you've got a sizable officer corps who are really, really predominantly white. I mean, no kidding, white and male. Even across the board. Although the military is trying to change that, but they reflect a well-educated portion of American society, and they're the ones who have really formed the shift here to Biden from Trump.
Thanks very much, Andy, for your time.
The whole point about democracy is that you win some, you lose some, and the world continues. What is so striking about this election is that the hardcore fan base of each candidate genuinely fear the consequences of losing. Our reporter Ruth Taylor spoke to student Matthew Edwards, who is ready to leave the country if Democrats lose.
If America is inevitably going into the direction that I don't want to stand for, then I don't want to stay. Like, the world is a big place, and I don't need to stay in one place. That's kind of my thing. It's like it's Biden or we got to get out, because it scares me having Trump as our leader.
How important do you think this election is to America?
Stem down to two big reasons why I think that this is like a really big election, and that's climate change and like just racism in America as a whole. So like, to start off, climate change, first of all, it's real. It exists. You can't say it doesn't. There's science behind it. It is happening. And like, you can't have someone who just doesn't believe it even exists in charge of like an entire country like America for the next 4 years.
Have you seen an increase in young people voting?
Yeah, there's a huge increase. Not even with just my friends. Like, all my friends are voting. Every single one. We like make it a point, if we see someone that we know is not voting, to get them to vote. And like, there's also, I saw a statistic yesterday, and it kind of showed in 3 states, Nebraska, North Carolina, and Florida, and they literally all were like in tens to 20,000s in the 2016 But in the 2020 election, it's in the 100,000s. And it's like a lot of young people are like trying to vote now. I think just because we kind of, the ones who could vote and didn't in the 2016 election, and the ones who didn't have the opportunity to because they were too young, all have their eyes open. And we've seen what has been happening for the past 4 years. And we know that now we're in a position to actually stop it.
Does Joe Biden's age worry you?
I'd be a liar if I said that I was not a little worried about how old Joe Biden is, but also like not that worried. Like it's not the biggest worry in my mind right now. He has great experience politically. Trump is he just is a popular guy in politics. He dumbs it down enough so that people can understand it, and he basically turns it into something that's not even politics anymore. And that's kind of just how he stole the election in the 2016. But I feel like Joe Biden, with his experience politically, like he'll be able to become a good president, or not become. He will serve as a good president over the next 4 years.
That's all for now. We'll be back at midnight, but you can follow us on northamptonjournalism.co.uk and on TikTok.
I've always felt that ultimately the choice turns on policy.
Mm-hmm.
And also a respect for the law and a respect for the checks and balances which are embedded in our Constitution. And I think that the Democrats generally seek power, as does, of course, the Republicans,
Mm-hmm.
that their mission is to always promise more money, more help, more spending. In a way, I kind of treat that as like buying votes,
Mm-hmm.
and at the expense of the economy. And in the long run, I think that the people who need the help the most are better off with a strong economy and that this is not the way to get a strong economy.
What's your thoughts about how he's handled the coronavirus and the pandemic? Like, I know he said some quite controversial things.
Yes, there's no question that that is a very tough call. I think he did some good dramatic things at the outset that he was safe to do, that, you know, he was the first to ban any for anyone finite coming to the United States. That was probably a very bright and smart move. Biden criticized it at the time, but he's kept his mouth shut ever since. So I think he's made some good decisions. I think his decision to have the federal Department of Health personnel give briefings, and initially that was very well done. They, however, have just one point of view, which is, can we do to preserve the, to tackle the virus? It's not that simple. If you undermine the economy, the net effect on the population may be a lot worse. The delicate balance. I think he's made some good decisions and some bad ones, and it's a tough call. I think we have to cut our leaders a lot of slack, because this is a very elusive disease, and they're kind of doing the best they can, and I think most of the people kind of understand that. I've always felt that ultimately the choice turns on policy, and also a respect for the law and a respect for the checks and balances which are embedded in our Constitution. And I think that the Democrats generally seek power, as does, of course, the Republicans, that their mission is to always promise more money, more help, more spending. In a way, I kind of treat that as like buying votes, and at the expense of the economy. And in the long need the help of the most are better off with a strong economy, and that this is not the way to get a strong economy.
What's your thoughts about how he's handled the coronavirus and the pandemic? Like, I know he said some quite controversial things.
Yes, there's no question that that is a very tough call. I think he did some good dramatic things at the outset that he was safe to do, that, you know, he was the first to ban any for anyone finite coming to the United States. That was probably a very bright and smart move. Didn't criticize it at the time, but he's kept his mouth shut ever since. So I think he's made some good decisions. I think his decision to have the federal Department of Health personnel give briefings, and initially that was very well done. They, however, have just one point of view, which is, can we do to preserve the, to tackle the virus? It's not that simple. If you undermine the economy, the net effect are better off with a strong economy. Get a strong economy.
Mhm.
gonna go, Harry. too much anger, too much fear, too much division.
We are one national family, and we will always protect, love, and care for each other. I profoundly accept this nomination.
So it's with great honor and humility, I accept this nomination.
Welcome to UON News, American Election Special. I'm Harry Davies. You join us as the East Coast polls are starting to close in the US presidential election. It will be a few hours yet before voting stops on the West Coast. Already, we have seen record turnouts in some states. The result will determine whether Donald Trump or Joe Biden becomes the 46th president of the United States. Tonight, journalism students here at Northampton University will bring you the latest news live. We are doing so in partnership with American journalism students at Richmond University in Virginia. This is going to be a nail-biting night. Here in the UK, we may be riveted by this contest, but what's it like for Americans? Let's go to the United States now, as I've been talking to our reporters Nikhil Mehta and Heather Nyman.
What's the campaign been like?
Sure. The campaign has been hectic. It has been nearly 4 years of campaigning from President Trump and almost 2 years of campaigning from Vice President Biden. He had to go through a grueling Democratic primary, and then the coronavirus hit the United States during the primary, which really changed the nature of the election. It changed the nature of American campaigning. It forced both candidates to hold more events online. Although recently President Trump has drawn a lot of criticism for his insistence on holding in-person rallies, which according to Stanford University have been linked to more than 30,000 cases and 700 deaths from the coronavirus. So Heather, how's covering the campaign been for you?
Campaign's been exciting. Like Nikhil said, in America, it's less of a campaign season as much as feels like an ongoing, constant campaigning over the last couple of years. But it's definitely been changed because of the coronavirus, and there's been less in-person, door-to-door stuff. But the ways that our lives have become so digitally interconnected, I think that both candidates have done a really good job getting out the vote, and the numbers are definitely reflecting that. America's currently on track to have the highest voter turnout in a century, so pretty exciting.
Now, for both of you, it's not just the presidency that's up for elections. So can you tell us about the other elections?
Yeah, so also on the ballot tonight, in terms of federal elections, are the House of Representatives and Senate. The House of Representatives is pretty much expected to stay safely in Democratic hands. They're actually expected to pick up a few seats, but the Senate is the real toss-up of the night. Republicans currently control 53 seats in the Senate. Democrats have 47, but Republicans have 12 vulnerable incumbents compared to only 2 vulnerable incumbents on the Democratic side, which means the Democrats sense an opportunity to pick up a few Senate seats and potentially flip the Senate, especially because of how many key Senate races are in presidential swing states like Georgia, Michigan, North and South Carolina, and Texas.
Yeah, like Nikhil said, there's a lot of openings and inroads for Democrats to take over Republican House seats. So it's getting really tight in some places that are traditionally Republican House seats.
Great. Thank you so much to both of you.
This is going to be an extraordinary night. In the last few days, both candidates have been blitzing the key swing states, making that final last push. Donald Trump is determined he is not going to be ousted from the White House. Indeed, tonight, he is following the events from the White House from his campaign headquarters, which would be more conventional. The businessman and reality TV star was the surprise winner of the 2016 presidential election. He's proved an unconventional, often startling Republican president. Chelsea Bennett reports.
Donald Trump has been President of the United States of America over the past 4 years. President comments and fan base. Political commentators believe that he has divided the nation, but has he also divided Republican voters?
Donald Trump has overseen what can be classed as a booming economy, something he is very proud of.
Economic powerhouse unrivaled anywhere in the world. A recent Gallup poll just out found that 56% of Americans say they are better off today than 4 years ago with Sleepy Joe and Obama.
But his approach to more social issues, such as LGBTQ+ rights and climate change, could lose him the election with moderates. American politics teacher Holly Triano says life under President Trump has been dreadful.
Mr. Trump, in my opinion, and I'm speaking as a person who studied American politics literally my whole life. I teach it, I studied it, I have a degree in political science, and for me, this is a reactionary president who was elected by a reactionary public. He was an experimental president to many of us. He was not a career politician at a time when people were very much fed up with institutionalized politics and fed up with lifelong political leaders and fed up with politics in general. So he represented what was supposed to be a breath of fresh air with some business knowledge that would shore up our economy. That has not happened. And in fact, his ability to communicate is quite possibly his weakest trait.
However, retired lawyer Peter Seed thinks President Trump offers a more authentic voice than Joe Biden.
He is a hip shooter, has a very forceful way about him, and I think that that's both a plus and a minus. You get a more authentic version of him. I think that his opponent, Biden, is just a very smart professional politician. He's highly scripted. I don't think he has much real conviction about policy. Generally, I think many of the policies that he advocates, because that seems to be what his constituency want, will do more harm than good.
President Trump is hoping to secure 4 more years this evening, but with Joe Biden appealing to moderates.
Many of the American voters we have interviewed for these bulletins identified climate change as a key issue. Certainly the outcome of this election could have a major impact on how the United States, and indeed the rest of the world, tackles climate change. Journalist Alessandro Vitelli covers the carbon markets. He told our reporter Craig Evans that the threat of climate change is very real.
We are seeing today the manifestation in global climate terms of what we were worried about 20 years ago and more. Damage is becoming greater. The resources of business, like the insurance industry, to put right the damage is becoming increasingly stretched, so that they're having to raise premiums for people to insure certain properties, businesses to insure properties and their continuing operations. And that's just going to become unsustainable at some point. The cost of insuring a home in a floodplain is going to be more than the cost of the house at some point. The warming up of the oceans on the east coast of the US, which is forcing lobster to migrate further to the north, changing patterns of fishing, which changes livelihoods, which changes the underpinnings of society. So the threats are here now happening, and we are in a pan of very hot water, not yet boiling, but very hot.
How important is it in terms of what's happening and what could happen with climate change on each political candidate, and what their stances are on, and maybe what their policies are, and how important those policies are when it comes to maybe correcting climate change or maybe going too far the other way?
Well, I mean, firstly, to touch on the outcome, whatever happens in the US election is immensely important and influential around the world. A lot of countries around the world still take their lead in political and in policy terms from what the US does. So whatever happens in November will have a ripple effect around the world. It may encourage some countries who have been a little bit reluctant in terms of bringing forward net zero plans for 2050, for example. It may encourage them to become even more reluctant and more difficult. So the outcome of the election is not just important for the US, but for the whole world. Now, in terms of the candidates, it's a pretty black and white distinction. If you look at what has been happening over the past 4 years, not just in climate terms, but overall environmental terms, President Trump has been unpicking a lot of the regulation that was put in place by his predecessors to tighten up environmental standards. On the other side, Vice President Biden has a pretty thorough plan for climate in the US. He wants to get the US to become net zero power emissions by, I guess it's the 2030s. He planned to roll out across the whole country to bring renewable energy to the fore. He understands the importance of the Paris Agreement, and he says he would bring the US back on board into the Paris Agreement. Biden could either do an executive order to get back in, or if he has a supportive Congress, he could ratify the treaty entirely, properly, which would make it more difficult for the US to withdraw.
Although Donald Trump may indulge in locker room banter, many of Republicans backing him heavily are socially conservative, especially those from devout Christian families. For some in the LGBT community, this is a problem. Our reporter Ben Walter spoke to the non-binary security guard, actor J.V. Hampton-Sant.
What matters most to me personally is getting the awful leadership that we currently have out of office, because I would like to be generally respected by other countries again. I mean, granted, I don't know, that might be just sort of not an option anymore, but but I would like for there to be at least generally a level of safety and security for I guess both myself and other people like me. I also am non-binary. I probably should mention that earlier. And being just in the LGBT plus community just during the last 4 years has been an absolute nightmare, and I would personally like for that to be less of a nightmare, and less of a constant source of pain and trouble. So that's what I am mainly focused on, what I'm mainly hoping for on that particular day, is that by the end of the evening, I will not have to be as afraid as I have been for the last 4 years.
Okay. So obviously this year there was the death of George Floyd. Could you tell me how important that's been for you and for the whole election?
I think it will have a very positive impact on change being able to be made. The little troubling to me that always comes at the price of Black people existing, but well, that is, if that is what that requires at this particular moment for some minds to have been changed, then I'm not happy with it, but it happened, and hopefully that will be more of an incentive for people to vote for.
Let's now reflect on one of the key moments of this campaign, the death of African-American George Floyd. Here to tell us more is our correspondent Jas Mensah. Jas, remind us of the background to this. Firstly, what was the impact on the campaign?
Harry, America's got a relatively complicated relationship with race. It's become one of the defining issues of the election campaign. Back in May, George Floyd became one of the latest African Americans to be killed by an officer, but in a string of shocking killings. This was one of the most dreadful killings. I think it died. It died.
Apologies for some technical difficulties happening here. You are following UON News, and we are covering the US presidential election. We are currently going to see who's going to be the 46th President of the United States. Will it be Donald Trump or will it be Joe Biden? You can carry on with following us all with the UN News. We are live for 15 minutes at the top of every hour, covering you with some live in correspondence with Richmond University in America. I am Harry Davies. I'm also joined with my correspondent Jas Mensah. Jas is going to be talking to you in a moment about the influence of George Floyd's death, the African American who died earlier this year, who was killed by police officers in America, and what influence that has had on the American election. But as for now, apologies, we are experiencing some technical difficulties, but we'll be back with you just in a moment with Jas Mensah. But for now, we'll keep going with you, with UN News, giving you live updates, 15 minutes at the top of every hour. So firstly, Jas, like I was mentioning, the death of African-American George Floyd, what was the impact his death had earlier this year on the current presidential election campaign?
Okay, well, Harry, America's got a relatively complicated relationship with race. It's become one of the defining issues in the American elections this year. Back in May, George Floyd became one of the latest African-Americans to be killed by a police officer in the string of shocking killings. This was one of the most dreadful killings. The 46-year-old took more than 8 minutes to die while he was slowly being suffocated by a police officer who had his knee on his neck. Almost immediately, the video of his last moments of George Floyd crying, "I can't breathe," were all over social media, sparking huge angry crowds across the US and indeed across the world. And remember, of course, these crowds were happening at the same time as the pandemic raged. There were protests right here in Northampton in the UK, and they were even protesting right outside the White House.
And so, Jas, what effect would the outcome of the election have then?
Now, you have to remember that while President Trump has a strong support from some black pastors, and while this makes a point of him flagging up that African Americans do support him, his core voter base is really white-collar workers. It's been notable that he's shied away from some of the white supremacists who have also been out on the streets. This has just fueled anger and a sense of division. It's also worth noting that Democrats usually rely on the African American vote, but in 2016, the turnout was poor. We're already seeing record turnouts in some states, and this may be the part of the division that fuels the anger.
Thank you. Oh, continue. Sorry, Jas.
This is not felt. This is not just felt by the black community. We have also heard in our interviews with American voters by white people as well that the racial divide has to stop.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Jas. So sorry for those technical difficulties, guys. That's all we've got time for at the moment, and we'll be back with you at 1 a.m. Good night.
whether he thinks.
Yeah, make sure he can use that or
Too much anger, too much fear, too much division.
We are one national family, and we will always protect, love, and care for each other. I profoundly accept this nomination.
So it's with great honor and humility, I accept this nomination.
Welcome to the UON News American Election Special. I'm Miriam Kimvangu. You join us as the US presidential election is hotting up. CNN have called Indiana for Trump, while Associated Press have called Vermont for Biden and Kentucky for Trump. It's important to stress these are just predictions, not official results. It could be days or even weeks before we know whether Donald Trump or Joe Biden becomes the 46th president of the United States. Tonight, journalism students here at Northampton University will bring you the latest news live. We will do so in partnership with American journalism students at Richmond University in Virginia. But joining us with the latest updates is our correspondent, Sam Boggin.
Yeah, so with daily cases hitting a new record on Friday of 99,321, according to Johns Hopkins University, people are obviously concerned and afraid about the virus. And then they hear the President Trump call it a blessing that he got it does not help with this. COVID-19 is spreading fear among seniors, not only in Florida, where the virus has claimed more than 50,000 lives, but in other states where Trump's support from the ageing voters is also fading, such as Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan and Wisconsin, where Biden has a 90% chance of winning. 82% of Biden supporters say his plan to combat coronavirus will be very important to their vote, compared to 24% of Trump supporters who say the same. Interestingly, the percentage of Trump supporters who view the virus as very important has dropped 15% since August.
What has Trump's response been to the fears of American citizens?
Well, Trump reiterates that the country is rounding the corner in terms of the pandemic and how he wants to make 2021 a great economic year. Vice President Mike Pence has insisted that Trump had a clear national strategy to address the pandemic and has handled it in the best way he could. However, he has come under a lot of criticism on how he has handled the pandemic. At first, he underestimated the severity of it, pushing US states to open when other countries are going into lockdown. The facts are that the US has suffered the most virus cases in the world, which is truly a damning statistic, with Democrat vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris accusing the Trump-Pence White House of presiding over the greatest failure of any presidential administration in the history of the country during the first and only vice presidential debate of the 2020 election.
Thank you very much, Sam. Up against Donald Trump is the Democrat Joe Biden. He's a White House veteran who has been in national politics for almost 50 years. Adam Scott has more.
Unlike the Republicans, the Democratic Party had to hold a primary to determine who would represent them in the 2020 election. After a hard-fought campaign involving candidates from all wings of the party, only one person was left standing to claim the nomination.
Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. I will be an ally of the light, not the darkness. It's time for us, for we the people, to come together.
Joe Biden, 77, is most well known for his 2 terms as vice president under Barack Obama. However, Biden was first elected to the Senate almost 50 years ago, when his running mate, Kamala Harris, was just 8 years old. One of his main running points during recent months is that he will offer more clear and consistent leadership regarding the coronavirus. In general, he has attacked Trump's inconsistent leadership as a whole and promises a more involved and less chaotic presidency than his opponent.
What we should be doing now, there should be a national standard instead of leaving this up. Remember what the president said to the governors. Well, they're on their own. It's not my responsibility. The governors can do what they need to do, not my responsibility. It is a presidential responsibility to lead.
Among Democrats, Biden is seen as something of a moderate, which is why some disillusioned Republicans see him as an attractive alternative.
Mr. Biden is part of the establishment. Mr. Biden is a career politician, but he's also proven himself to be a human being and concerned about other human beings. You can see that in his personal story. As a Republican, and I am a Republican, not a very proud one at the moment, but I'm a Republican because I have conservative views, and Mr. Biden is what we would call a moderate Democrat. So he is not far left liberal, which makes him palatable to the American public who is more like myself, moderate Republican, or even harder core Republicans who just can't tolerate President Trump any longer.
If Biden is to win, it is essential to win over many voters, such as Holly. Overall, Biden and the Democrats are either neck and neck or only a few points behind in states that are usually safe bets for the Republicans. They are hoping for a clear and decisive victory before the night's end.
Liskin Van Peltis is a poet, a teacher, and a martial arts instructor. She's also a committed Democrat. She told our reporter Chloe Finch why the election was so important to her.
The stakes are higher than ever. In our present president, our incumbent, has thrown every possible norm to the winds and has really undercut, I think, dangerously some real underpinnings of the best of our system, which of course is flawed. Yeah. And it's not that I think it was perfect before or will instantly revert to being perfect should our leadership change. But I really feel like he has stoked the worst of America and undercut the best of it. So to me, that's high stakes.
And what kind of issues and factors are going to affect your vote? Is there anything you're really passionate about that you would like to see changed?
Well, certainly climate has to be, because that's such an urgent, I mean, it's not something we can ignore. We can be, I'm all right, Jack, today, but that's not going to work for our children or grandchildren, let alone any further generations than that. So that has to be high. I think when I think about this election, though, in some ways that gets overshadowed, even though I think that's my answer, really. That's probably the most important issue facing us globally. But when I think about this election, it gets undercut by, I mean, not undercut, but my reaction is layered by also just being so appalled across the board. So I have to put, inclusion on that list for more locally for our country. I have to put healthcare on that list.
Especially with all the COVID-19.
Especially with all the COVID-19, but even before that, and I think one of the things that has actually been quite good about 2020 is that the inequities of our system have been revealed much more starkly than they ever had been before, to many more of us than they had been before. Obviously, certain portions of the population have always been painfully aware of them, but those of us who've been less affected or have been more on the sort of favored side of those inequities may have realized it in the abstract, but I think many of us didn't realize them in such detail. And so that has become, I think, more important in my mind than it was before, because I understand more now.
Liskin, thank you very much.
Now let's go back to our partners, the journalism students at Richmond University, Virginia. I spoke to Jackie and Eileen a little earlier.
Do you have any words yet on exit polls, anything that might give us a clue in which direction things will go?
Yeah, thank you so much for having us, Kate. Well, so far, we don't really know anything. The polls are closing at 7 p.m., so we don't have a clear picture or any picture at all yet. But one thing that the country has learned from 2016 is that we shouldn't trust exit polls completely, because they projected Hillary Clinton winning, but we know that never happened. So, that's my take on the exit polls. How do you feel about it, Eileen?
Yeah, I think that polling is great. However, we need to be careful because of the number of mail-in ballots and early voting. So exit polls this election in particular probably won't be as accurate, because we know that Democrats have typically mailed in their ballots already, and a lot of Republicans decided to show up and vote in person today. So exit polls can have definitely skewed results.
Yeah. And what's the mood like on the streets?
Well, what we've seen so far is, businesses in DC and New York City and Los Angeles, they started to board up their storefronts in case of any unrest that might be seen from the protests tonight. And last night in the city, in Sunday in the city of Richmond, we experienced some protests as well. So there's very high tensions in the country right now.
Yeah, definitely a lot of people nervous about what could happen no matter who wins. In Texas, there were cases of a caravan of Trump supporters in their trucks surrounding a Biden-Harris campaign van, and the van ended up missing a few rallies that they were supposed to attend. And just other, like Jackie said, like businesses boarding up their buildings. So people are definitely nervous on all sides. People are nervous because no matter which side of the aisle you're on, I think most people this election really believe that they're fighting for the soul of the country, for just really what the country is about. So very partisan divide.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Both Donald Trump and Joe Biden are elderly men. If he wins, Biden will be celebrating his 80th birthday in the White House. But how unusual are old leaders? Dr. Paul Jackson of the University of Northampton gave our reporter Matthew Buttress the historical context.
I think one of the things that kind of strikes us about both figures as they kind of slug it out is it's sort of two, sort of 70-something white men contesting the US election for one of the most powerful positions in the world. I mean, it seems quite backward looking in various ways, sort of both sides. And it's kind of interesting that a more progressive candidate in terms of what she represented and what she stood for, Clinton, in 2016, failed, and whether that sort of points to a sense of misogyny within the votership of America, I suppose is a point we can debate and discuss. But it does seem interesting that the Democrats have turned to a safe pair of hands, and they've turned to a white older male to be that safe pair of hands, which feels disappointing in many ways.
Yeah, you mentioned how they're both 70-something, so it kind of feels like a battle of the geriatrics. So kind of how common do you think it is in the past to have had leaders who are in their late 70s and 80s, around that age range?
Well, I mean, we can look around and we can think of lots of political leaders who've been older and led countries in various ways. Sort of Winston Churchill in Britain might be sort of one example. And I mean, he kind of led even though he was experiencing poor health. He had a stroke, I think, in '53, for example, and that was on the back of previous strokes as well. Much of it hushed up and kept secret from the public. So certainly in Britain we've seen this. I teach a course on the history of communism as well, and there's loads of aging male leaders in the history of communism, especially in its sort of dog days in Europe. I kind of teach, and there's kind of one CIA document that we use in a class that's kind of touring around the communist leaders of the Eastern Bloc, and points to Erich Honecker from Germany in his mid-70s as a kind of the best example that the CIA could come up with, a kind of a youthful and vibrant communist leader by the 1980s. And I think if you're kind of turning to Honecker for your kind of symbol of youthfulness, then there really are problems. And that was a kind of a systemic problem with the communist system, that it couldn't bring in new generations of leaders until it was too late and the system was unreformable. So older leaders can lead and can lead effectively, but it can also come with problems, especially if it's kind of symbolizing deeper problems with lack of reform and change in responding to new trends and tendencies. And perhaps we can think about whether both Trump and Biden represent a lack of change within America, where perhaps it's crying out for much greater change, especially on issues of race and representation of people of color and so on. Okay, thank you very much, Matt.
Not all the focus is on Trump and Biden. It's easy to forget that Americans have other choices. Gloria LaRiva is standing for the 10th consecutive time for the Party of Socialism and Liberation. She hasn't had a chance of winning yet, but as our reporter Ellie King found out, she has picked up some votes.
My name is Marlo. I live in New York City. I work as a dog handler at a dog daycare, and I went to school for audio engineering.
What have you voted?
I voted for Gloria LaRiva who is the candidate for the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
What made you vote for her?
Because I feel like they most accurately represent what I want for the country, and that is the purpose of voting. Because in reality, I don't think that voting Trump out and Biden in is going to change much at all. So that is why I'm voting for a party that believes in taking care of the people who actually run this country, taking care of the working class.
How big would you say this vote is for America?
I think it's a big deal in the sense that it has truly exposed all the cracks in our system and how truly like corrupt it is and how it doesn't actually represent the needs of the people.
So what have you made?
So I think that's why it's important.
Yeah. So what have you made of the campaigns then?
It was such an out of the ordinary like set of campaigns because like the debates were all strange. And
what would you say matters the most to like you personally?
I think what matters the most to me is just like making sure that people are taken care of, just making sure that the basics are covered, and neither of the major parties have promised that.
Were there any specific things that made you vote for the party that you did?
They believe in trying to make this, not only this nation, but this world a better place. It's so vital to protect everybody and to protect our planet. And that's something that the PSL has always stood by, has always been very vocal about.
And how impactful do you reckon it would be if Pence became
yes, it's all very concerning, and as a bi woman, I am definitely distraught to see that there's a possibility that the Supreme Court is going to try to overturn the legalization of gay marriage.
Okay, so thank you. Is there anything else that you want to say regarding the election?
I think something that I ran into a lot, and I think is very unfortunate, was the amount of not only regular voter suppression we see every year with the lack of polling places in less wealthy communities. On top of that, the amount of voter shaming I saw this year.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
That's all for now. We'll be back at 2 a.m., but you can follow us on northamptonjournalism.co.uk and on TikTok.
too much anger, too much fear, too much division.
We are one national family, and we will always protect, love, and care for each other. I profoundly accept this nomination.
So it's with great honor and humility, I accept this nomination.
Hello, I'm Harry Davies, and welcome to the UN News American Election Special. This result will determine whether Donald Trump or Joe Biden becomes the 46th President of the United States. Tonight, journalism students here at Northampton University will bring you the latest news live. We are doing so in partnership with American journalism students at Richmond University in Virginia. I'm now here with our senior correspondent, Jazz Mensah, who is here to discuss the predicted results. So Jazz, what are the predictions saying?
Well, at the moment, CNN are projecting that Joe Biden is currently taking a slight lead. Their predictions state that Joe Biden is set to win Maryland, the District of Columbia, Delaware, and Massachusetts. They believe that Donald Trump has won Indiana, West Virginia, Oklahoma, and Tennessee and Kentucky. The BBC also reported that Biden is projected to win New Jersey too.
So what's happening in some of the battleground states?
Well, only time will tell what's really happening. But at the moment, Florida remains the biggest electoral prize to be won, which is currently leaning to Trump's favor. Exit polls show a big decrease in support from Biden amongst Latinos in Florida. However, Biden is currently ahead for Ohio, and Georgia and North Carolina still remain neutral. It's still way too close to call a final outcome.
Thank you, Jess. Jamalyn Jacquez is a journalism student at Lehigh University in Pennsylvania, and that's a key battleground for the two candidates. She told our reporter Callum Aird what was happening.
Could you tell us a little bit about what's going on in Pennsylvania at the moment?
Yeah, so as I was telling Kate, the lines I went to the polls today, the lines in the morning, 7 a.m., 8 a.m. were very long. They stretched blocks. As the day went on, it kind of like went away. The lines became shorter, which I guess it means that a lot of people did vote by mail in Pennsylvania. Actually, they received about 2.4 million votes Monday, mail-in vote. They estimated 3 million, so we're at 2.4 million votes in mail. So that's what's happening right now. Pennsylvania is a very important state. It is a swing state, 20 electoral votes in this state. So it is a state that a lot of people are going to be looking at, definitely are going to be paying attention to, as it has been in the past elections. We don't know exactly, I don't think we're going to find out who exactly wins tonight, like I said, because the mail-in votes. That's going to probably take either a week or 2 weeks, depending on how fast, it's humans that are counting these mail-in ballots. So that's what's happening. And in fact, it is so important that the two candidates, President Trump and Vice President Joe Biden, they were here last week. Donald Trump did 4 campaign rallies in Pennsylvania, Bucks County, Reading, Butler, and Wilkes-Barre. He was here Saturday through Monday, definitely trying to get people on his side. Joe Biden as well was here. Some counties that he visited, Bucks County and Luzerne. So as you can tell, this is a very important state, and everybody is just going to pay attention to it for the next few days.
The voters who matter most to the candidates are those in the swing states. Peter Vodrich is one voter in the swing state of Pennsylvania. He told our reporter that young people were taking this election much more seriously than the last one.
I'm Peter Vogrick. I am 20 years old. I'm currently a student at Drexel University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Who have you voted for?
I voted for Joe Biden, and my main reasons is climate change and protecting the environment, and Trump doesn't believe climate change exists.
What have you made of the campaign so far?
It's very chaotic in comparison to like 2016. 2016, it was very just defensive or very aggressive ads towards the other person. Now it's like everyone's scrambled. They don't know what to do and they don't know why they're doing it.
Does that worry you?
Oh, to an extent it worries me, because it almost seems like our politics have become a joke, even like in the United States and globally. It's almost seemed as a joke. we thought that 2016 was going to be a way different story because everyone was like, oh, Hillary's going to win. But she didn't. And when everyone wasn't voting for the 2016 election because they thought it was a joke, we actually saw what the results were. So everyone's taking it a lot more seriously now. Like Biden, in the last debate, he talked about how he's pro-fracking, and fracking is very bad for the environment, which is something I believe in very strongly. But we were looking the other way on that fact just to get Trump out.
Have you seen a big difference in young people from the 2016 to the 2020 election?
Like in my high school, everyone joked about the election, and I know people that voted for Trump just because it was the cool thing to do. It was the meme thing to do.
Mm.
And it was only a small population that actually did vote for either candidate. But for this election, I don't think I've talked to anyone that said, oh, I'm not voting, or, oh, I don't plan on, like, I think every person I've talked to has a plan on voting. Like, I know some people are doing Trump, some people are doing Biden, but I know everyone is getting out and voting. I figured out any Trump supporter you deal with, you can start out trying to have a conversation, and like most people, they're nice, they'll smile, they'll interact a little bit. But the second you bring up a fact that disagrees with what they've been told by their God, President Trump, they think that you're wrong and it's fake news, and they don't even consider a different idea. It's either their way or no way.
Mm.
I actually worked at the midterm elections. I worked at the polls. It's paid to a degree, but I think a lot of young people are doing it because of COVID and because of, like, I know Trevor Noah's late night show, he talks about multiple times how they need young people to be working at the polls because the people that are 70 years old don't want to go out in the COVID climate.
There are many ways to fight an election, and certainly this time around, the pandemic has made it much tougher. But high-profile supporters of both men have taken it out on social media to battle out in song. Ellie King reports.
Go up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote.
This election, more than ever, I have seen artists not only stepping up and using their platforms, but some even writing and releasing complete songs directed at the president. With artists such as Janelle Monáe, YG and Nipsey Hussle all releasing songs taking a stab at the president. The most notable is Childish Gambino's This Is America, a song that sent shockwaves around the world for its violent and outlandish music video. More recently, artists such as Clipping and Demi Lovato have released songs berating the president.
If I did the things you do, I couldn't seriously.
The whole assumption that you are here to protect us. This government doesn't respect us, and somehow they seem to expect us to accept the power of peace.
And everyone knows, all you have to do is mention Trump and the views will skyrocket. For example, Demi Lovato released a song on the 15th of October titled Commander-in-Chief, aimed at Trump, and it currently has 6.7 million views. However, a regular song released 2 weeks prior only has 1.7 million views. Interestingly, whilst there are many anti-Trump songs, I have only managed to find one pro-Trump song by artists Camille and Haley.
Gotta stick to our guns, keep the freedom we won, keep America great. There will never be another USA, freedom won't come back if we give it away.
On the flip side, many artists have come out in support of Biden, with Cher even rewriting one of her hits in support. Not only are musicians involved, there has also been a huge theatre campaign called Broadway for Biden that saw many esteemed musicals performing in support of the candidate, with the original cast of Hamilton even stepping up.
Give me, I want to build something that's gonna outlive me. What do you want, What do you want?
Interestingly, there has also been a lot of artists banning Trump from using their music at his rallies, such as Panic at the Disco, Rihanna and Queen. It's very interesting to see how musicians have got involved, and I'm very curious to see if it made a difference.
Here's another extraordinary fact about the American election. This mighty country has a population of more than 330 million, yet their final top two candidates are two old men. Lucy Holmes has been looking at the battle of the geriatrics.
24. Joe Biden is just weeks away from his 78th birthday. Whoever is elected will be the oldest American ever to become president. Obviously, questions arise about the health and fitness of both men. Donald Trump has had the coronavirus. Joe Biden has appeared visibly frail on occasions. But are old leaders unusual? Winston Churchill was in his 70s during his final stint as Prime Minister. He even had a serious stroke in office, which was hidden from both Parliament and the public. History academic Dr. Paul Jackson told reporter Matthew Buttress that old leaders were even more common in communist Eastern Europe.
Kind of one CIA document that we use in a class that's kind of touring around the communist leaders of the Eastern Bloc, and points to Erich Honecker from Germany in his mid-70s as a kind of the best example that the CIA could come up with, a kind of a youthful and vibrant communist leader by the 1980s. And I think if you're kind of turning to Honecker for your kind of symbol of youthfulness, then there really are problems. And that was a kind of a systemic problem with the communist system, that it couldn't bring in new generations of leaders.
And who would the winner be up against? Just to name a few: Russia's President Vladimir Putin, who is 67, the UK's Prime Minister Boris Johnson, aged 56, and the French President Emmanuel Macron, who is 42. But most importantly, would the winner have the physical and mental stamina for the job? Some American voters are worried, particularly about Joe Biden. Teacher Holly Troiano thinks Biden's age is an issue.
Personally think he is too old to be president. He's 77 years old, which means he will be 80 years old at the end of his first term, if he has, if he manages to make it to the end of his first term. And that's a problem, because the rigors and stresses of the office of president are incredible. If you want to give yourself a little experiment, take a look at a president on his inauguration day, and then a picture of a president on the day he leaves office. The rigors of president will age you, and both of them are really already up there.
More elderly voters in America, however, reckon both candidates have it in them to become the world's most powerful politician. Retired lawyer Peter Seed is older than both candidates.
Health makes incredible progress. You've got to understand that I'm 83 and I'm still fairly chipper, and it reflects not wisdom, but just that we're able to live longer and a more vigorous life than in the past. So that age with the age of prior presidents is a little bit misleading.
Perhaps a question is the ability of the two vice presidential candidates, the Republican Mike Pence, aged 61, and the Democrat Kamala Harris, who is a mere 57. One of these two will literally be a heartbeat away.
All day we have seen pictures of Americans queuing to vote. It looks like many more of them have been turning out than back in 2016. Colin Talbot is a Professor Emeritus at the University of Manchester. He told our reporter Nij Nair that all indications were that voter turnout was up.
Already in some states, particularly Texas, which is quite surprising, is actually the voter turnout is actually higher than it was in 2016. 2016 was a fairly low-level turnout election, except one of the things that helped Trump to win, particularly in some of the northeast states, which swung towards him unexpectedly, was a higher than expected turnout amongst white working class voters in some of those post-industrial states, what sometimes called the Rust Belt states. I think this time the evidence is that the high turnout is actually being driven, the corollary of that as well, sort of the opposite of that in 2016, was that a lot of black voters didn't turn out for Hillary Clinton. This time, I think the opposite is the case. There seems to be a very, very high turnout amongst Hispanic and black voters, particularly in southern, the Sunbelt states like Texas and Florida. And as I say, Texas has already had more votes before Election Day than they got in total in the 2016 election.
Yeah. What do you think the long-term implications of this election is going to be, especially after the events of this year?
I think it's going to, if let's assume it's a Biden win and the Democrats have got control of the Senate as well, things are not going to change overnight. One of the things that's happened over the last 4 years is that Trump's done immense damage to the US federal government by either appointing people to run parts of the federal government who are hostile to what it is doing completely, or simply not appointing people, and there have been vast numbers of vacancies in important roles in the federal government. So the federal government's capabilities in things like crucial things like disease control, have been massively weakened, and it will not change overnight. It'll take time for a democratic administration to rebuild federal capacity internally within the United States. And obviously the coronavirus pandemic and its economic consequences are going to last for some time yet. So I don't expect to see an immediate turnaround internally in the US. I think the biggest impact, to be honest, will be international, where Trump has either aligned himself or been more friendly to various autocratic rulers internationally and pretty hostile to America's traditional democratic allies. And I think that will change overnight. And we'll see America playing a very different role in the world community very quickly.
All right, thank you. This has been Professor Colin Talbot.
Thank you very much, Nigel.
That's all we've got time for. We'll be back with you at 3 AM. Good night.
Too much anger, too much fear, too much division.
We are one national family, and we will always protect, love, and care for each other. I profoundly accept this nomination.
Source of great honor and humility. I accept this nomination.
Welcome to the UON News American Election Special. I'm Miriam Kimvangu. The night carries on and the votes continue to roll in. CNN has called New York and Connecticut for Joe Biden, as well as South Dakota for Trump. It's still important to note that these are just predictions. We still probably will not know the results for several days. To discuss these latest updates, I'm joined here in the studio by Jack Hudson. Welcome, Jack.
Hello, Miriam. Thank you very much. Currently, as we stand, Biden is leading by 15, with the current results standing at 89 to Biden and 72 to Donald Trump. Recently, Biden has taken victory in Connecticut, taking a 61.7% majority win. Trump's former home state of New York is also projected to vote for the Democratic Party. Trump lost the state to Hillary Clinton in 2016, and the voting is set to go to the Blue Party this time around also. Biden is projected to win Colorado as well. Famous for being a swing state, it also voted for Clinton in 2016 and twice for Obama after almost 40 years of being a Republican state. Speaking of Republicans, Donald Trump is also projected to take victory in Arkansas, North and South Dakota, and West Virginia furthermore. The states have been Republican strongholds for many years, with Arkansas voting red since 2000 and South Dakota, home of America's iconic Mount Rushmore, since 1968. North Dakota has only once voted Democrat since 1940. Some of the states still waiting to declare the results include Texas. A win in Texas would be huge for either party. With 30 electoral votes, it's the largest number of electoral votes behind California's 55. The last time around in 2016, Biden was set to take victory. It would be the first time the Lone Star State voted blue since Ronald Reagan in 1980. Most polls are still suggesting that it will remain Republican once more. As well as the presidential role, the state of Delaware has elected the first transgender senator in US history. Sarah McBride holds the seat representing Delaware's first district, a Democratic area. Polls have also closed in several other key states, including Florida, Georgia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. It's still too early to project a winner for these hugely important states, with early projections being unable to predict who's voting for who. We're definitely in for a hugely interesting night, and we've still got plenty of time to find out who's going to be president of the USA.
Thank you very much, Jack. We cannot cover the results of the US election from Northampton without a special mention for Harry Dunn. The teenager was killed in a traffic incident last year near the American base at RAF Croughton. Harry's motorbike was in a collision with a car driven by American Ann Sekulas. It's alleged she was driving on the wrong side of the road. Mrs. Sekulas fled back to the United States claiming diplomatic immunity. In vain, Harry's parents have campaigned to get Mrs. Sekulas back to face justice in an English court. They even met Donald Trump in the White House to plead with him, to no avail. Could a change of a president make a difference? Our reporter Archie Corbett has details.
It's been well over a year since the tragic killing of 19-year-old Harry Dunn. On the 27th of August 2019, Harry was simply riding his motorbike around Northamptonshire. It was near the exit of RAF Croughton when he collided with a car travelling in the opposite direction. The car was driven by American Ann Sekulas, wife of a CIA operative working at RAF Croughton. She has since admitted to driving on the wrong side of the road when she hit Harry. On the 20th of December 2019, the Crown Prosecution Service said that Sekulas was to be charged with causing death by dangerous driving. From this terrible incident, a legal war has raged on. The accused, Ann Sekulas, controversially claimed her diplomatic immunity and returned to the USA, avoiding the UK legal system altogether. She's still yet to face trial for her actions in the UK. With Sekulas not returning to the country under Donald Trump's presidency, Harry Dunn's mother, Charlotte Charles, pleaded to Joe Biden to reconsider the US's position on suspect Ann Sekulas if he wins this election.
Very, very sadly, a year on, Ann Sekulas still has not been sent back here to the UK to face our justice system. I please urge you, should you win on November the 3rd, to please reconsider the position that the US has taken against us. And when I say us, I don't just mean myself and the rest of the parents, I mean us as in the UK as well. We never ever expected to be in this position. We never thought that the lady who's responsible for taking our son's life, would have been allowed to fly home to the US and evade as best she could the UK justice system.
Despite the family's ongoing battle to bring Sakoulas back to the UK, she has remained in the States ever since the tragic incident occurred. Advisor and spokesperson for the Dunn family, Rad Seeger, spoke about their battle for justice and how this election outcome can impact their chances of bringing Sakoulas back to face trial.
In the last several months, I spent a lot of time meeting politicians on both sides of the aisle in Washington, both Republicans and Democrats, to try to understand why this decision, this unthinkable decision, had been made. And both Republicans and Democrats told me many times that this was just Donald Trump being Donald Trump, and that the decision was morally and legally indefensible. So, you know, listen, we're very hopeful that if Donald Trump is not returned to office, that the Democrats will take a different approach in this case. Very hopeful indeed.
Whatever the outcome is tonight, however, it's certain that the Dunn family will continue their fight for justice. Archie Corbett, UON News.
Much is made of the so-called special relationship between the UK and the USA. John Smith is a retired political journalist who has accompanied British Prime Ministers many times to the White House. He told our reporter Amma Anafi why the USA was so important to us Brits.
Self-evidently, economically, it's an absolutely huge economy. Militarily, it has the sort of firepower that it's the only nation that possesses it. And we have had to call on them, and they have had to call on us. So that's important. It's important politically in that there are a lot of shared values, a lot of which are coming under increasing threat in some parts of the world. Shared values in a broadest sense of democracy, accountability of political leaders, of the participation of the populace in politics. But it's important in another way too, which is perhaps less obvious, but you have to remember that just as we've left the EU, the United States left the United Kingdom. And there's a sort of a legacy importance there, if you like. And we obviously have a shared culture, a shared history, in so many ways, some pleasant, some unpleasant. We've fought each other. We've participated in the slave trade together. We've participated in 2 world wars together and in several wars since. And, you know, the phrase special relationship is overused, but we're stuck. It's been used for 200 years now, so we're stuck. We're stuck with it. But I would rather, my phrase would be it's quite a unique relationship. And I think the fact that we have not had good relationship with the United States over the last few years, which happens from time to time, certainly does, has really not helped us, apart from anything else, with Brexit, because we have been unable to have a big discussion with our biggest ally.
You have in the past been in close contact with past presidents and candidates. What do you make of Trump, the current president of the United States?
His extraordinary style of communicating, both with the public and with the media, erratic and unique. I mean, if I were in that Brady briefing room, which is the room that you see in the White House, where the press conferences are, it's called the Brady briefing room, I would by now have been called a liar so many times. I mean, he just said it, and I know some of the correspondence there that he's calling out. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous to stand there as the president of the United States and call correspondents that are accredited to the White House liars, peddlers of fake news, saying they should be arrested. I mean, that is quite extreme.
Back at the University of Richmond, our reporter Callum Ed is talking to Quinn and Natasha.
Well, a lot of things are still in contention. We don't actually know what the final results of all the mail-in ballots will be for at least a day or two after the election. The biggest topics of contention right now for us that we're focusing on are Ohio, Florida, and Texas. Florida's probably going to be called within the hour. and it's looking like it's going to go red, but we won't know the scope of early and mail-in and absentee ballots for at least a day or two after the election.
Yeah, so right now the US is basically headed for the highest voter turnout in what looks like a century, and we're seeing over 100 million Americans have voted early before today. And because of this, and because each state has its own rules for how votes are counted and reported, some are going to report results sooner than others, which also is going to affect our initial outlook of the election, and it's going to make initial returns slightly misleading because the margins in some states might start to look like they'll shift towards Democrats as mail-in ballots, which are overwhelmingly cast by Democrats, start to come in, and other states that count in-person votes first might experience a shift toward Republicans first.
We've been speaking to American voters, but what is it like for British people in the United States who have watched the election battle rage around them? Student David Kinithia, who's in Oklahoma, spoke to our reporter Jas Mensa.
Tensions are a little bit high. If I'm honest, I don't feel like it's as much tension as the prior election.
As a Brit over in the US, for you, what kind of impact has it had on you?
My viewpoint on it is just that their political system only allows for really two candidates to really be pushed. And I know it's not too much different in England, but at least with England, you have, the Liberal Democrats and all of that sort of thing. So you have a little bit more choice. Here, it's just such a narrow field and which really causes some kind of tensions between, at work, families, everything, everyday life.
Okay, so you're in Oklahoma. So are you able to vote?
No, I'm not. I'm still on my student visa. And so I still hold my English passport, my British passport, so I can't vote right now. And so actually some of the times, some of the people who I'm around with, some American friends of mine, they're a little bit younger, and so I'm usually encouraging them, hey, go vote because your vote can count for me, kind of thing as well. So there's that sort of thing, and so I can't get too involved in it just because I'm not having my vote heard, but my fiance can, and that sort of thing, and family members.
How are you sort of finding it with the whole Black Lives Matter movement that happened over in America, starting with George Floyd, and now with this political place that you guys are in, do you think there is going to be much of a change? And yourself as a Black person straight from the UK, how are you coping?
I hear you. That's probably one of the toughest questions, just because I feel the George Floyd incidents really kind of gave us a catalyst for this movement, for the Black Lives Matter. But I feel like we've got it to a point where it's almost fading away, unfortunately. And I feel like we're at a point where it's gonna get to the old discussion of, Black people don't have rights, but nothing's gonna happen. If I'm completely honest, I feel, especially if President Trump does win and does get another 4 years, I think there's gonna be growth in tensions because of his rhetoric of not standing up for Black Lives Matter, but at the same time always standing up for counterparts who are against Black Lives Matter. And so the tension is going to be there. I think what I understand from it, it's the political system in the US is so difficult because the way they have it set up is you have the federal government, which covers the whole of the US, but the state governments as well have their own individual rules, laws, and mandates. And so I almost feel that if we're going to see any progression with the BLM movement, we need to focus more on state governments as opposed to the federal government and who's going to win this election. I think making a change in your community is going to be the easier way that we can see.
The Kremlin will be watching the outcome of the American election closely. Our reporter Daniel Chaplin spoke to Alistair Warner from the University of Manchester, who has recently returned from Russia.
Well, to be frank, from my experiences in Russia, they do see Donald Trump as a figure of ridicule. It is quite common to see cardboard cutouts of Joseph Stalin, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and Donald Trump, which tourists are meant to take photos with. But in reality, for the average Russian, and this is some data from Levada Centara, which is a polling company in Russia, most Russians don't actually care who becomes president in this race. They don't believe it will harm I don't believe it will improve the position of Russia as a country, whether Biden or Donald Trump win. Now, Donald Trump does have more support at 16% of the Russian people as opposed to 9%, but as you can see, that quite obviously a vast majority of the Russian public don't really have a perspective on the American election.
All right. So how important do you think it would be for Vladimir Putin to have Trump in the American office?
In some respects, Donald Trump's tenure in the White House has been a positive of Vladimir Putin, although not necessarily in the ways you would expect. Donald Trump, as a loose cannon with regards to his foreign policy, has certainly damaged the idea of Atlanticist hegemony with Europe and the United States, which Russia can use to its benefit. However, his wildcard nature, swinging from threatening to invade North Korea to suddenly trying to sign a peace treaty, does put Russia a lot on edge with regards to various different conflicts. It's certainly sure that American foreign policy with regards to Ukraine and the Donbass has remained much the same as it did under Obama following the start of the conflict there in 2014. And Donald Trump and the White House has taken no efforts whatsoever to reduce or laxen the sanctions placed upon Russia for annexing Crimea in the same year. It would be beneficial for Donald Trump to remain for a few reasons, in part because Biden is seen very much as quite a strong Atlanticist, as someone that will try to rebuild the bonds between Europe and America, and in that sense maybe push Europe more to confront Russia. However, in other cases, American foreign policy has been to try and distance Russia from Europe, especially with regards to Nord Stream 2, which is a gas link between Germany and following the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, that project seems under threat.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Pleasure talking to you.
That's all for now. We'll be back at 4 a.m., but you can join us on northamptonjournalism.co.uk and on TikTok.
I'll keep talking. Welcome to the UON News American Election Special.
Too much fear, too much division.
We are one national family, and we will always protect, love, and care for each other. I profoundly accept this nomination.
Source of great honor and humility. I accept this nomination.
Welcome to the UON News American Election Special. I'm Harry Davies. Already we have seen record turnouts in some states. The result will determine whether Donald Trump or Joe Biden becomes the 46th President of the United States. Tonight, journalism students here at Northampton University will bring you the latest news live. We are doing so in partnership with American journalism students at Richmond University in Virginia. Our senior correspondent, Jas Mensah, is here to tell us the latest results. So Jas, tell us what's happening.
Well, at the moment, it's still very close. CNN are still projecting that Joe Biden is currently taking the lead. Only by a thread, though. Their latest predictions state that Joe Biden is set to win Colorado, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and New Mexico. Their recent predictions highlight that Donald Trump is set to win South Carolina, Alabama, North Dakota, and Utah and Kansas. The BBC also reported that Biden is projected to win New Jersey too.
So how are votes shaping up in the Congress?
Well, only time will tell what's truly happening. But at the moment, there's slightly more Democrats gaining control in the Senate with 40 seats compared to the Republicans at 38. However, there's currently a landslide of votes for the Republicans in the House of Representatives with 119 Republicans.
How many seats are needed to win the control in Congress?
So in the state, you need to win 50 seats to gain control, whereas to gain control of a House of Representatives, 218 seats need to be won.
No election campaign would be complete without some sizzling televised debates. These are supposed to shed light on the strengths and weaknesses of the candidates, and even, believe it or not, deliver some illuminating clashes over key areas of policy. Did that happen this time? Not so sure. Miriam Kamfangu has looked at some of the memorable moments as both presidential and vice presidential candidates locked horns.
Make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
Mr. President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised. Did you use the word smart? You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me.
The
Radical
question,
left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on?
Wait a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown.
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax, and let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers.
Show us your tax
I paid $38 million one year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax
one year.
returns.
I went. You'll see it as soon as it's finished.
Joe Biden would never do that.
So far, slanders against President Donald Trump.
Respect the American people when you tell them the truth. You respect the American people when you have the courage to be a leader.
Done.
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it. Absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
The fact that you continue to undermine public confidence in a vaccine, if the vaccine emerges during the Trump administration, I think is unconscionable. And Senator, I just ask you, stop playing politics with people's lives.
Now let's find out what's happening in those key swing states of Florida and Pennsylvania. Our reporter Kyler Ayers spoke to Eileen and Jackie American journalism students at Richmond University in Virginia.
Okay, so we've seen what's happening in Florida and a lot of the states that Biden looked like he was going to be a little stronger in, and Trump sort of made his way back. What's going to happen next? Where does that leave us? Pennsylvania and all that sort of those places.
Well, actually, Florida, Trump was supposed to win in Florida. It would have been an upset if Biden would have won, but we saw earlier in the night that it was kind of in the middle. And earlier Texas was blue, but now it's looking more red. And like you mentioned, Pennsylvania, Trump is leading right now. But something important that's going on and quite interesting is the results in North Carolina. 92% of the votes have been reported, and it's a very narrow lead of 1% for Donald Trump. But again, we don't have the mail ballots counted yet. So we don't know what's going to happen since a lot of people voted right now. And how do you feel about it, Eileen?
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting night. A lot of the states that were swing states supposed to be contested have been flopping back and forth. So we've been, looking at results every minute, every other minute, kind of refreshing pages because they keep switching back and forth. Jackie's right, like North Carolina is definitely neck and neck. Florida is more in Trump's direction, and most results are in for Florida. But there are states like Pennsylvania and states that are still counting mail-in ballots, so it's tough to tell if the results will be called tonight or not.
Another interesting to watch out for is the Senate race. As of right now, each party has 41 seats, and they need 51 to get the majority. So that's something to watch out for. We know that Lindsey Graham of South Carolina has won his race, and so has Senator Mitch McConnell. And as for the House, it looks like the Republican Party is leading right now, but it could all change.
Although the indications are that Americans have been turning out to vote in exceptional numbers, not everyone has been rushing to cast their ballot. Felicity Tutu told our reporter Jas Mensa why she has decided not to vote.
I just feel like historically that there hasn't really been any massive change behind a vote or a politician that people really need to get behind. I'd say especially in this election, maybe 2016, even though I didn't vote, I probably should have. Now looking at what my options are in this election, because it's like I don't feel that there's any option that you can rest, assured or happy with. I mean, there's flaws in both politicians. Not saying that people should be perfect, but major flaws that people should definitely be wary of and concerned with.
Whether you guys got Trump or Biden, how would it affect you as an individual?
So I think that's the reason why I'm not voting, because I feel like there's not any trickle down policy or anything like that that's really going to, and I say this very loosely, obviously climate, whatever, policies they have about environment and things like that. So one thing I will say is that, I feel that if there were anything that voters, that the politicians or the presidential candidate should have said that were to convince me to vote, it would have been things about, policy about student loans and forgiveness and buyback and things like that. So I'm not hearing any of that. And until I do, I feel like there's no urge or immediacy for me to go out and vote. Also, I don't feel like that, even just in general, the system here in the United States is made for the advancement of, Black people, Black women, so I just don't feel like that, I'm not going to put all my thoughts, anxiety, hope, faith in, the system that really was never.
One common theme we have picked up with the American voters is how polarized their communities have become. Californian vet Katie Prager told our reporter Chelsea Bennett how so many of her neighbors live in bubbles.
Very liberal, so people care a lot, and you surround yourself with people who are like-minded, which is maybe part of the problem with our current political situation in the US, where there's not as much conversation between people with differing opinions politically. But I saw a lot of people really caring about making sure these Black Lives Matter issues get heard.
Okay, and obviously the pandemic's been huge. It's completely consumed all of our lives. Healthcare is a big thing. How, Donald Trump's been really against Obamacare and has tried to repeal it a couple of times. Are you hopeful that, you will see some sort of healthcare plan in the future?
By Trump?
Not, well, just in general, your politicians.
I mean, I guess yesterday his plan was handed over and there was nothing in it. So I have very little hope in a healthcare plan should he be in control of things. But I have a lot of hope should Biden win the election. I'm nervous about the fact that the Affordable Care Act is going up in front of the Supreme Court between the election and when the new president would enter office. And it's very scary, especially given the appointment of Amy Coney Barrett and how that might influence the court's decisions or impact the court's decisions. But as you said, I think that the healthcare, if Obamacare, if the Affordable Care Act gets repealed, it's quite scary for a lot of people.
All right.
Shops have boarded up their windows in some towns and cities. Our reporter Callum Aird found out more from Eileen and Jackie at our partner university in Virginia.
Well, so far we haven't really heard any reports of violence, but we do know that there are some people in downtown Richmond just out, and we don't know if this could turn into a violent situation or not. A lot of people are speculating that it could be, especially since there have been a lot of reports of voter intimidation in states such as Texas.
Yeah, and it's definitely, there's also worries of just like questioning the validity of the election because we might not get all the results tonight. A lot of states will probably still be counting well into tomorrow. So it's difficult to tell if results change in certain states. There might be civil unrest there, and it's just difficult to predict at this point since everything is so new with this election.
One question bothering both camps is whether America's growing Latino population would turn out and vote, and if so, for whom. Our reporter Ellie King spoke to Demi Pena Chavez, a student in Maryland who has backed Joe Biden.
I am 21 years old. I am living in Maryland right now, but I go to school in New York. I go to SUNY Purchase, and I'm a communications major, and it's my third year.
What would you say your background is?
I've identified as bisexual. I am also Latina, so I'm Puerto Rican and Dominican and Peruvian and Brazilian. So I am in touch with my Latin heritage.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Joe Biden.
How much do you think your background influenced that?
Definitely a lot, because I grew up very liberal household and also a very liberal neighborhood in New York. My relationship with like politicians and presidential elections all kind of start at Obama.
So you mentioned Obama being a huge moment for America. How big is this election?
I think last term's election was definitely bigger. If it happens again, I feel like that initial shock won't be there. It's kind of like, well, like we're back here, we're stuck. It's not going to be that initial kind of punch in the gut as it was the first time.
How do you feel, and what are your opinions on the election campaigns this year?
I think the election campaigns were taken as a joke on both sides. Last election, there was like genuine hope for a better future. Now it's like, now this election was like, can we survive this? Everything he says, it's just like something to counter Trump. I watched the election and he barely talked about what he was going to do. He just used the platform to tear apart Trump.
As someone with a Latin background and as someone who identifies as part of the LGBT community, how scary is it if Trump got back into power with also you have a very religious Mike Pence?
Trump being in office for another 4 years is scary, but it's kind of what I've prepared for.
Is there anything else that you would like to say?
I feel like now it's not really about the candidates, and now it's more about the people. Like, no matter what happens up in the office, like, that's going to be politics. It's what's happening to the people that's scary. And that's what we're going to see a difference.
So thank you very much.
One interesting question is which way will Americans' military vote? Traditionally serving military and veterans tend to vote Republican, but Donald Trump has sparked controversy with dismissive comments that servicemen who get killed or captured in the line of duty were suckers and losers. He fell out spectacularly with Republican Senator and war hero John McCain, who is imprisoned and tortured in Vietnam. Our reporter Richard Smith spoke to Andrew Milburn, a retired colonel from the US Marines, who reckons the military are now shifting towards the Democrats.
Did you vote for?
The polls are bearing that out. There's if you look at the military, the Army Times or the Military Times, whatever, does polls, and Biden about 3 weeks ago, Biden edged ahead of Trump again. First time living memory that a Democrat has topped the polls among military members. And I'll tell you something that makes that particularly surprising. Okay, one is, as I said, military normally kind of almost reflexively vote Republican, number one. Number two, when you look at the recruiting base for the military, it is predominantly, it reflects the country. It reflects the demographics of the country. But there is, just because of the nature of the military, you get a much higher percentage of, blue collar or working class young adults who 70% of whom are white. So that is Trump's base. So you would expect them to vote to Trump. I think what offsets that is the fact that there is a dissatisfaction, growing dissatisfaction with, first of all, there's always suspicion of someone who dodged the draft during Vietnam. That's not a deal breaker, obviously, but Trump's background doesn't play in his favor. Two, I mean, he has openly lied a number of times to military members about what he's done for them, and they recognize that. Three, he's been all over the place on foreign policy. He says he's going to pull troops from Afghanistan. That is probably overall pretty popular. Honestly, that's fairly popular decision within the military. We've been at war now there for 20 years. The guys that we are deploying to Afghanistan now weren't even born when the United States first entered that war. But the manner in which he's done it without any real plan has sparked a lot of resentment. Pulling out of Syria abruptly sparked a lot of resentment. And then the last piece on this is you've got a sizable officer corps who are really, really predominantly white. I mean, no kidding, white and male. Even across the board. Although the military is trying to change that, but they reflect a well-educated portion of American society, and they're the ones who have really formed the shift here to Biden from Trump.
Thanks very much, Andy.
That's all we've got time for now. We'll be back with you at 5 a.m. Good night.
too much anger, too much fear, too much division.
We are one national family, and we will always protect, love, and care for each other. I profoundly accept this nomination.
So it's with great honor and humility, I accept this nomination.
Welcome to the UON News American Special Election. I'm Miriam Kimvangu. The night draws to a close for our coverage. This time, 4 years ago, a winner could be declared. However, this year, there seems to be no chance of a victor being declared tonight. According to the Associated Press, California, Oregon, and Washington have been declared for Biden. At the same time, Fox News have declared Florida for Trump. Battleground states still remain up for grabs, and both sides are eyeing them eagerly. I'm here with our senior correspondent, Sam Bogan, who will be bringing us up to speed on what has happened so far. What are the updates from the key U.S. battleground states?
Early results from the election between Republican Donald Trump and his Democratic challenger Joe Biden show a tight race in crucial battleground states. Donald Trump leads Joe Biden in what could be a pivotal race in Florida, with almost all votes counted. There are 9 swing states where the 2020 election could be won or lost, and as things stand, Donald Trump is ahead in 7 of these, and retaining these would be crucial to his re-election hopes.
What about control of the Senate?
It is very clear that Senate Republicans are fighting to protect their majority, as they face many competitive races in states once thought to be out of reach for Democrats. With Republican Cory Gardner projected to lose in Colorado to former Governor John Hickenlooper, Democrats have picked up 1 Senate seat so far tonight. Currently, Republicans control the Senate 53-47, so the Democrats have a way to go if they hope to change this. Control of the Senate is crucial for advancing the agenda of the president, which Donald Trump showed when he confirmed 3 justices to the Supreme Court.
And what about California?
California is the most populous state in the US and carries the most electoral college votes at 55. The Democrats have long counted on California as a more or less guaranteed source of electoral college votes. As expected, Biden is predicted to win the state, with Oregon and Washington both projected to vote for him as well.
Thank you, Sam. Let's step back for a moment. We're broadcasting from Northamptonshire, where important elections were cancelled earlier this year because of the pandemic. Yet one thing the people of the United States have shown us over the last few weeks is that it is possible to hold an election at the height of a pandemic. Robert Constantine reports on the lessons Northamptonshire can learn from our American cousins.
I'm here outside Northamptonshire County Council. This is a council that shouldn't even exist. It has effectively gone bankrupt, so the government decided the best thing would be to abolish it. Elections for the new councils in the county were supposed to be held last year. But thanks to the pandemic, those elections were postponed. As were the elections for the Police and Crime Commissioner, who oversees both Northamptonshire's police and its fire and rescue service. The United States, however, have shown that it is possible to hold an election during a pandemic. Is this something Northamptonshire can learn from the Americans?
We're working without a mandate from the people. Democracy is really important. We've had the elections cancelled twice. Once was unforgivable. Cancellation because of COVID was understandable. But I think we've got to get used to doing postal votes or electronic voting. We can't have a lack of democracy. We can't go out door knocking and canvassing already, so that'll make it more difficult. But I think people are very creative and we're finding new ways of engaging people. So I think social media is going to be absolutely crucial. As long as the electricity doesn't go down, we're going to be fine. And we'll just have to find other ways of engaging, I think.
What do the Conservatives think about the local elections?
I think it's very important. Obviously, they've already been delayed 1 year due to Brexit and the reorganisation of government. And obviously, if we don't have them going ahead, then we're going to have a real democratic deficit. We'll be looking at 6 years since local elections took place for Northampton Borough Council. So I'm really keen, and I think everyone else is, to see that these elections go ahead if they can do. Clearly, obviously, if people are going to voting and stations, they'll have to look at social distancing. Obviously, there's postal voting, which is an option, so I think that the government would probably look to try and roll it out more, make that more readily available. But I think it's really important that we do allow people to still be able to go to polling booths, and I think there'll be ways of making sure that we can do social distancing and that sort of thing, so yeah.
The elections for the councils and for the police and crime commissioner have always had low turnouts. Would the people of Northamptonshire be willing to vote now, especially since we're fighting a pandemic? Well, the opinions are mixed.
If it was voting, a proper voting place, I would vote.
People haven't got any faith in democracy and in voting. They think, well, why vote? They don't carry out what your wishes anyway.
One thing's for certain, until elections can be held in Northamptonshire, the tale of the broken county council will live on. This is Robert Constantine for UON.
This is an election that has captured the imagination of all age groups. Gabriel Schlackett is a 20-year-old student in New York City. He told our reporter Ellie King about himself and his assessment of the election.
I'm Gabriel. I live in New York City. I'm 20 years old. I'm a neuroscience major at Hunter College. I identify as a gay.
What have you voted, or who have you voted for?
I have always voted blue, but on the blue ideological side.
How big would you say this moment is for America?
Overall, I think it's one of the more decisive, critical elections in this country's history. This is decisive in that it will have globally reaching effects for many critical issues.
And what have you made of the campaigns in general?
I think, if I'm being honest, they've been something of a disgrace. Now it's become more of a virulent contest.
Is there any specific legislation or any specific claims that have been made that made you vote a specific way?
I think it's a very unfortunate truth, but a truth nonetheless, that it is sort of the lesser of two evils type situation at this point. I think a lot of people view it that way.
There is a possibility of Pence being vice president. How do you think that would impact you or the wider America?
When in 2016, when the Trump-Pence campaign first won, tended to view Trump's taking office as sort of the installation of some new violent, virulent ideology within the American conscious, but I think that's very much not the case. I think this isn't an installation of a new ideology. This is drawing something out that has always been here since the dawn of our country and had been expressed, but much more subtly. They didn't have permission, and now it's been made comfortable. So I think Pence's, I guess, religiosity, if you want to call it that, is not something totally outlandish to the American public on either side of the aisle. I think this is simply something that is now on the federal level in the public sphere, as opposed to sort of under the guise of religious freedom.
Thank you very much for your time.
And now we're going to have our final check with our counterparts at the University of Richmond. Talking to our reporter Callum is Quinn and Jared.
So what we've learned so far is that it is predicted that the House will maintain a Democratic majority. All polling places have closed, and Joe Biden takes the lead so far. However, multiple reports project that Trump could make a comeback in terms of states that haven't been called yet. The Senate is still up in the air in terms of where it's going to lead majority-wise.
Perfect. Well, it's the end now. We're wrapping it up. It's been great working with you guys. But on the ground, what has it been like for you guys over there?
Well, it's definitely been an experience. This is my first time watching a presidential election from behind the scenes of a newsroom style setting. So getting live updates, learning about the election as it happens, as opposed to watching it on a single station at home, is definitely something very different than what I'm used to. But for us, it's been pretty relaxed vibe. We've just been talking about what's been going on, keeping tabs on local, state, and the overall presidential election. But yeah, it's been a pretty good night overall.
Well, we've enjoyed ourselves. I hope you guys have. But yeah, thank you very much. It's been great working with everyone. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your election.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
The outcome of this election just might have a huge significance for one Northamptonshire family. Charlotte Charles and Tim Dunn's teenage son, Harry, was killed close to the American base at RAF Croughton in Northamptonshire. Harry's motorbike was in a collision with a car driven by American Anne Tsakoulis. It's alleged she was driving on the wrong side of the road. Mrs. Tsakoulis fled back to the United States claiming diplomatic immunity. In vain, Harry's parents travelled to the United States to ask Donald Trump to send Mrs. Tsakoulis back to the UK to face trial. He refused. Could a change in the White House make a difference? Our reporter Archie Corbett spoke to the Dunn family spokesman Rad Zeiger.
Does the plan to get justice for Harry change on who wins this election?
It has, the simple answer to that question is yes. It has been chaotic trying to negotiate with the American government in this process. I think most of them are on our side. But of course, their boss is Donald Trump, and they have no authority to do anything without his say-so. And we've all seen how he behaves. Now, look, if somebody wants to sit down with me and persuade me that Anne Tsakoulis actually did have diplomatic immunity, I'm all ears. I'm open to those sort of discussions, but that has never happened. And we are very, very confident that if there is a change in administration, that they will look at this afresh and decide, like us, that she did not have diplomatic immunity, and she absolutely then has to come back. We are allies, and this is doing a terrible, terrible damage, and we're never going to let the issue go. And I know you know the youth, as you say, you're Harry's age. I've got a son who's Harry's age. Look, everybody's angry, and I think you guys are more angry than we are, because you must look at this and think, well, hang on a minute, that isn't right. And who's going to sort this out? It does need to be sorted out.
What specifically more do the family want to see going forward, say if there is a change in president? What would sort of be the next steps after that?
So the real bone of contention between us all at the moment is whether Anne Tsakoulis had diplomatic immunity at the time of the crash. And just to explain to your viewers, if you are a diplomat and you do have diplomatic immunity, you can effectively walk out of your house, murder somebody, and then leave the next day. It does give you complete protection from prosecution. We have said right from the start that Anne Tsakoulis did not, in fact, have diplomatic immunity. That has to be decided by the courts. It's not for the governments to decide, and there is a big hearing next month. So once that issue is resolved, and hopefully the court will find that she did not have diplomatic immunity, then the whole conversation changes, because that is the sole reason why they have not extradited her yet, because they say she did have diplomatic immunity. If she did not, Archie, then she has to come back the next day. There is no doubt about that.
As we draw to a close, one glaring question remains. What happens now?
Even with a record number of early votes, there are still thousands of people that voted today. It could be weeks before we find out whether Trump or Biden will be sworn in as president. Predictions are in Biden's favour, but that could easily change.
We have now reached the end of our programme, and I think I can speak for most of the team when I say, we've had a good night. Tell me, Sam, what did you think?
I think it's been a great opportunity, and I'm very thankful to Kate to be part of this, like we were with the UK election last year. I think it's a great chance for us to come into the university and use the studio and that type of thing. And what about you, Miriam?
It was a completely new experience for me, and I've really enjoyed it. We've had an amazing team to work with, and especially for me, I've had you, Sam, and I've had Archie, who is our floor manager. And it's been an absolutely amazing night, and we're very thankful to have this opportunity. So thank you for joining us for our American election special. I'm Miriam Kimbungu. Good night.